Let's pop out some chats. All right. We are everywhere now. Okay, so I did do vitamin D this morning. Let me just pour some more water. And yeah, so the interpolation logic is kind of where we left off. We are Legion. So yeah, let's look at our code, right? Use interpolate from remotion to create frames of the animation. And we're doing this currently in like the playground for Shiki Magic Move. And we're currently doing it on the React version of things. But adding this on animation start. So Ahmed, no, the goal is to not have any music over there. I've been messing it up because OBS wasn't saving my settings. OBS only saves settings changes when you close it properly. If you do a reboot or you switch your profile, your settings don't actually persist. I think it's actually a major bug. So yeah, everyone here in Twitch, Ahmed was commenting on how there's no music on YouTube today. That is actually the plan, so I don't keep getting demonetized. Yeah, it's so annoying, Sergeant Pepper. All right, so what we'll do is, yeah, we're here in the playground. One second. Yeah, it's a bummer they're falling. We're doing fine. So yeah, someone mentioned remotion. I think I lost that tab. Now you doing, Mohai? Ahmed, I'm gonna use my tabs how I want to use them, right? Come on, man. Yeah. All right, so this is, let's see, which tab do we want to pop open? That's right, that's right. Remotion. So I don't want to do this. How you doing, Five? They're going well. All right, so I don't think I end up needing the CLI. And we're only bringing in Remotion just so we can get the interpolation functions that they support. All right, so that's part of the core. Their website does all that. Okay, so basically, the frame that we're on, that's just a number. Ooh, and I like how they're doing this part. Oh, that is nice. Maybe I play. All right, so basically, as far as the values go, interpolate, we pass the current frame, the amount of frames there are going to be, and the values that it will be between. However, I could have sworn there was like another. Ah, here it is. Easing. All right. So, yep. The easing is something we would pass as part of the options. Right? So, easing we'd want to bring into. Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm not sure which easing we'd want to use, but as long as we know the name of it, we can pass it. So yeah, this is the main reason that I wanted to use the remotion stuff, because our easing function, like we'd have to do the easing part ourselves if we used like the D3 interpolate function. So in this case, it allows us to inject it just a little bit easier. Okay, so here's something to consider. We're going to put an element beneath. And what we want to do is do we have a ref on this? We don't have a ref on this. We almost want to try and get like the height and width exactly of the element that we're doing this on. Yeah, so and this is going to get like really fiddly. So for each element, what we also want to do is we're going to hard code some values. At least for now. So this value is going to be like, what values do we want to hard code? I guess there's going to be animation length. Maybe animation length seconds or animation seconds. We'll say 5. Sure. We're going to have const animation FPS. And we're going to put that to like 15. And how you doing, Cranberry? What you up to? We're going to say animation frames. And that's just that. All right, and then this is going to be for this is frame equals 0. Ooh. So we don't need to do that T part. This is actually wrong. Because frame is what we're actually passing here. Nice. There you go, Cranberry. Coding is usually a nice thing to fall asleep to, but not always, because maybe what I do ends up being interesting, and then you can't sleep. That's a big maybe, though. All right, so these values here. Actually, no. I totally knew what you meant. I'm the one that self-deprecated on that one. You're totally fine there, Cranberry. All right, so then we actually want to put this elsewhere. We're going to do it with no easing for now, just for simplicity's sake. Right, and then this is L.X.start, L.X.end. This ends up being very similar. Here, this ends up being animation frames. Already 11. Yeah. Man, all I gotta do is get my, get one of my startups to take off, and then I can stream all day, because then I won't have to work anymore. I would love to go back to morning streams again. This whole pesky needing a job thing is really getting in the way. I know, right, Bedtime Bear? It's the worst. Okay, so yeah, we don't need to do that yet. I know, if only I could retire as well. All right, so let's head back to interpolate here. Yeah, so interpolating color, it's a separate function. It does follow a very similar... Yeah, it does follow a very similar pattern, though, which is nice. Bernard's Magic Stopwatch. What is that even from? And how you doing, RJ? How you doing, Namikuro? Whatever you say, Gaucho. Did you get that out of a fortune cookie? And Justin, so this is like I hit 6 years in June. Did someone here send me this friend request on Discord? I'm really curious about that. British TV show where Bernard has a magic stopwatch. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I like British TV, though. Exactly. Yeah. All right, interpolate colors. Thanks, Justin. I don't consider it commitment if it's my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. Like, why wouldn't I do it? So yeah, then this would be const color. Good job, Super Maven. Nailed it. Now, this is going to massively blow up on us. Right? Like, our console log is going to get crazy. So what we'll do here is we'll do it just for... Sorry, Super Maven, you blew it there. We're going to use the word index instead of IDX. And then here, if index is 0, we should see some kind of interpolation between all this. Ahmed, I would say take it easy on the backseating. The fact that you tried to backseat how I handle tabs means you're already kind of like on the wrong foot for the day. So take it easy on backseating, man. And what's up, Chaotic? How you doing? I'm doing well. Yeah, you're getting destroyed in fantasy football by Danielle this week, aren't you, Chaotic? I am similarly getting destroyed by Robert Tables. I really doubt that there, Chaotic. But, you can dream. Yeah, hold on. Who am I hoping balls out? Uh, yeah, I just need Travis Kelsey to get like 100 points. No big deal. We're talking about American football. Pop quiz, Terrace. What country invented the term soccer? Without Googling it. Nope. The UK. Stands for Association Football. Maybe published for the first time, but in the UK, they were using the term soccer ages ago. Before it was ever published, it was already a term, because that's how that works. All right, so we're going to do this for just the first element. Problem is that first element doesn't actually like animate anywhere. It does animate its color though. So we should be able to see this. So let's make that happen. Probably need to, yeah, restart this. What's up, Krasner? And yeah, duck face. Which country in the UK? That part I'm less sure of. I would currently guess Scotland. But I don't know. Oh, Wales. That's not a bad guess. Oh, yeah, it's a solid one. It was England? Okay. England seemed like the obvious one. Yeah, so we're not getting any value interpolated here. Let's just try some other element. Interesting. All right, let's try this. If L dot L dot L, yeah, that's not great. Dot inner text. And we'll just say count. Because we know that one moves. Okay, and yeah, we see the word color actually move multiple times. Oh no, we did count. Yeah, let's do color. That might help. Yeah, because count has like way too many usages. Okay, so we do see the y value being interpolated, but the x value stays the same. Okay. Do we see anything here that changes color? And here's what we can do. If it's equal to count, and let's see, L dot color. Oh, dot start does not equal the end. Right, so that should only be one of them, and we should see that value get interpolated. Now, one other thing we want to do is we need to interpolate opacity. Now, that's not relevant towards what we're looking at right now, but probably still want to just have it. Ooh, interesting. It's definitely changing color, though. Hmm. And yeah, Ahmed, no worries, man. But yeah, just telling someone what to do is rarely going to come across as well as a question or something that is more of a suggestion, right? Not many streamers take kindly to directives, as an example, unless they specifically ask. Uh, like interesting, but I like pause on the R. I feel like that's got to be some like reference to a movie. I don't remember what movie though. All right, let's do this. Let's crank down the frames per second to something like 3. Let's do this. Are there any elements that change color? We can check for that. Ooh, so we don't get one that has a different color. So I'm messing that up somewhere on the inside of this. Ooh, end of that album though. Let's get another. Hey, what's up, Ember? How you doing? Don't think I've seen you on stream before. How you doing over there? It's always nice to get a comment on Twitter. I feel like it's pretty rare. Ah, it's here in the core renderer that we're doing this part. Yeah, thanks. No, I definitely see your tweets all the time. Yeah, that's fine. People watch wherever they want to watch. Oh, Fallen. You're asking what's for dinner? I'm probably just gonna do something light tonight. I did carbonara last night, so I'm trying to like alternate days where I do something like like calorie heavy versus like nights where I do something calorie light. Tonight will probably just be like eggs and some salad. The carbonara was good yesterday. All right, so where am I doing the color stuff? Oh, well, yeah, obviously. Of course, the color's not changing. Now, hold on. Okay, this is for the things that are leaving. So, yeah, opacity 0 there makes sense. So, that's not actually the problem there. Here, if they're entering, then we just fade it in. And if it's moving, then the color would change. And Sab, yeah, you missed the carbonara. It was a good one. So my theory is that this value is just not what we're expecting it to be. And the place that we're setting it is probably just incorrect. Hmm. We don't even really need to log it because we know that that's the case. Otherwise, we would have seen some of the other values get logged. So the place that we're doing the new color stuff, right? We got color. We're doing color set here. And that happens on first render. Yeah, this should actually be fine. So basically, when render happens, it's going through, taking what we have, and all of these are actually individual elements, if we look at it, right? So as I mouse over chunks, we can see, like, yeah, where they are. And element.style.color does change. So let's double check that. I mean, we can see it changing. But let's double check that. Here we see RGB 184.169.101. If I toggle that, we see 189.151.106. Oh, hold on. That's the wrong value, though. Still the same color, though. So yeah, 189, 151, 106. So the value is definitely changing on the element. And how you doing out there, Khalid? Over on the YouTube? What you up to? Okay, so I'm wondering... As we do this move stuff, aha, so we see apply element style. When is that happening? Because that might not be happening at the moment that I think it is. All right, so we see apply element. So this should be updating that style. I'm wondering if maybe there's like I wonder if it's getting delayed to like the next tick. Yeah. I think that's it. So new children here, when that gets mapped over, okay, so that's the replace. Hold on. And this is in render. Okay. So render here. Where are the tokens that we're doing this all on? Oh, so that would be it. Okay. So the post reflow promises or functions aha. Yeah, so this happens after the forced reflow, and thus after we've done our like move iteration here. Okay. So instead of this color map, we want this to be new color. And instead of setting the color there. It would be in here that we want to do this. And we don't have to do it inside of that hook. That would actually break things. So we want to do it here. So then this is token dot color. And this is new color. Oh. And here we would do that or element.style. Sure. Okay, so now that we have that value, which we can just do there, what we want to do next is head to here, and this is no longer color.get. This is going to be element.style.color. And then this is going to be our new color.get element. All right, so then over here, we should be able to see those colors change. Let me just refresh. There we go. And yes. Hold on. And color start does not equal color end. We see 189, 187, 186. So yeah, the colors are interpolating. Perfect. I just think we end up getting, well, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's actually every frame, and it's only the one element. I feel like the values aren't interpolated properly, though. And 1 second. So, Khalid. Just graduated college in computer science. You want to pursue your master's, but you also need a job. What should you do? No one can answer that for you, Khalid. Sorry, you shouldn't be outsourcing any decision like that. Here's one quick thing you can do, Khalid. Take a coin and flip it up in the air, right? One side is going to be one decision, the other side is going to be the other decision. You don't actually care how it lands. What you care about is whatever you're hoping for while it's in the air. If you have one of the sides that you're preferring while it's in the air and you're hoping for it to land a certain way, that's the one you should pick. If you don't have an instinct of which one to pick, well, then you haven't thought about the problem hard enough. Yeah, go for it. I got it from somewhere. Interesting. So this seems wrong to me, right? Like the progression of color changing is definitely not linear. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. So we're going to be getting 9 frames. Yeah, something's up with this. The color is not interpolated the way it should have been. All right, let me go look at the docs. I must have missed something. Yeah, yeah, something's just way off. That said, maybe we just move on and try and debug the color stuff after we can actually see it. I think that's probably a better idea. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we're gonna comment that because we know that that's coming through as we expect. I don't actually need index anymore. All right, so one thing we probably want to do. We don't get access to this element. So I'm going to do a bit of a hack. So Shiki magic move container. Document query selector, and it already knows what I wanted. Good job. We're going to call this container rect. Let's double check these numbers, right? So 1 second, 3 frames per second. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I messed that up. So we were actually fine. Yeah, because there's 3 instances of an element with count as the text. I thought I had this at like 3 frames a second. So we're only going to get 3 frames of these things animating, which I think is then nice and easy. So then for each one of these frames, we're actually going to create a canvas element and append it. Canvas is equal to new canvas element. I think it's HTML canvas element, right? All right, so we create this new canvas element. We're also going to want const ctx is the 2D context. And then for each frame, we're just going to append the canvas to the page. So document .body.append child canvas. Perfect. And it's a whole new canvas every time, so we're good on clearing the context. So then in here, we actually want to draw the element into our canvas. And I kind of forget how to do that, but it's not going to be that hard. All right, so hold on. I'm going to make the canvas background or canvas dot that and that. Yep. ctx dot fill rect. We do that. ctx dot, what is it? Fill color. Let's see. So then fill style is not that. This is going to be a container. Style dot background color. No? Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, it's not container rect, it's container. Wait, style not on there? Uh, Wait, what? Oh, it's because this is just an element, and we probably want to cast it. I think it's HTML pre-element, but that should be fine. So then this is dot style. There we go. Background color. Okay. All right, so we fill the background color from the thing that we have, which should be fine. We do that, fill there. And then, yes, this is where I gotta look up some more stuff about how to actually draw a DOM element to a canvas. So draw rendering HTML elements to canvas. Let's double check that. God, I thought there was a better way. And hey, what's up, Wesley? How you doing? Oh, and that's right. We got to do this like add event listener junk. And hey, what's up, Zerk? I'm doing well. Just hanging out. So yeah, we got to do the SVG hack. And we will clean this up and extract some things out to like helper functions, but for now, we're gonna hack at it. I think it's fine. So for every element, we need to basically create its own like image for it. Yeah. All right. So we need to create an SVG. We don't actually want to do this part. All right, and then this is going to be const lrect. And this is el.get bounding client rect. Oh, if I could spell. Here, if, and we don't need to render the BRs. All right, so if it's not a span, we just return. And yeah, this HTML value is no good. Let me get more music going. I feel like we haven't played this one in a while. Color, opacity. And that part should be good. So then here, yep, we take basically that chunk of code. We're going to do this too. Yes, this part gets a little trickier because, right, loading this image is asynchronous. So we need to make sure that we're not like finished until all of these have loaded in. And sorry, they're asynchronous. So yeah, we almost need to. Yeah, we need some way of making sure that these like async things are done in the right order. So we'd almost have to put all of this into a promise. Okay. What we'll do is we'll wait to promisify all of this, and we'll just see like the buggy output first. Oh, and I missed some follows. NLab Studio and Uber. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, I'm doing this in the wrong place. Okay, and then here, that's going to be the X and Y value. Yeah, let's see if it blends. Oh, and I broke something already. What did I break? Illegal constructor. What? And hey, Nick Wan, Mr. Sir. 20 months, man. Appreciate you. Oh, document.create element is what we should be using. That's right. Yeah, thanks, Nick One. All right, new image should be fine though. All right, so yeah, we should be okay. We shouldn't be getting any more errors from it. Okay, so we did see the canvas get appended. All right, so the order of these might end up being wrong just because we're hacking it with a timeout. Oh, and we get that rendering on initial render anyway. All right, so this is going to be elements.length, and we can just do that. All right, cool. So now if we toggle, all right, we get three canvases roughly the size of the main canvas. For some reason, we're not logging or we're not actually printing any of the DOM elements that I thought we were to the page. Hmm. And that's going to overload us with way too many elements, but we should be able to understand something about it. Oh. So we don't see that firing anymore. Why? Not getting any errors from it. Oh, hold on. It's this part right here. Invalid color string provided. Interesting. So it's saying that color is empty right there. Got it. Okay, so there's at least some case. And I guess if we do that, those all look like valid colors to me, though. Yeah, this is quite a nice song. But yeah, how's it going, John Coates? So let me do this. Aha, that's right. It gets capitalized. Forgot all about that. All right, let's try this again. So now we're only operating on the spans, and we shouldn't have that bug anymore. Nope. right? And then this would be if we don't have either of these. And we'll let that just get evaluated from the empty string. Okay, it animated. Okay. Now, is it perfect? No. In fact, it's not even close. Shit. Oh, no, this. Okay, so here's where it started. Interesting. I wonder why the spacing is so far off. Okay, yep. And then part of the issue here is that we're not drawing the canvas at the right size anymore. So that's another big part. So what we need to do is in the renderer, we need to figure out which canvas is going to be largest. And that's actually here in the renderer itself. Okay. So the gist here is that we want to send the maximum height of both. And technically the maximum width as well. Yeah, so over here in types, Oh, but hold on. So we've got magic move element right there. And this is going to be dimensions. Or maybe container. Yeah. So max container dimensions is going to be equal to that. Yep. So then this is max container dimensions. Yep, that all looks right. Height, same thing. Nice. Again, good job, Super Maven. And then we pass max container dimensions here. All right, so max container dimensions is then going to be used for this stuff. We don't actually need the container rect anymore. And in fact, we don't need that anymore either. Oh, hold on. We do need this part. We're not going to need this part. One 160 stream streak. That's huge. And over on YouTube, thank you for saying hi. What you up to there, Find here? All right, so now as we animate between these things, do we think it'll blend? Yeah, so we're still getting cut off there. Hmm. Right, so that part is actually fine. Or it should have been. So hold up. Okay, no, that looks about right. Man, not right, but it's at least rendering to the entire thing. Now, is it because we animated to that size? Oh, and now it's getting cut off again. Sorry for the burp. So yeah, a lot of this is totally broken. So that might be due to how many frames I'm saying we should have. You do just another refresh. I want to see it go the other direction. Man, we're getting very close. Let me get another album going. Yeah, these are kind of short albums, or time is just flying by. Oh, it looks like time is just flying by. uh, Interesting. So that's fun. And yeah, our element size isn't what I'm expecting it to be. So, whoops. Oh, it's an even shorter album. And yeah, let's try this again. So I want to see those max container dimensions, and my instinct is that they're going to be different. So here we see 582, 633. And yeah, 582, 441. Okay, so we're calculating that max height incorrectly. So I must be doing that at the wrong time. Yeah, math.max there should be good. All right, 633, 441. So yeah, they're just flipped. Flipping them shouldn't actually cause a single problem. So we're definitely dealing with numbers here. Oh, Jesus. I see it. Anyone else see the bug? That value is always going to be 0 because we're initializing it to 0. So, Super Maven did not nail it on that one. All right, so the next thing is as we do this refresh, we should just make sure we do a full refresh, just to be sure. Right, so we get that height. We should see the full thing, and it shouldn't get cut off anywhere. So now if I do a refresh, we'll have the other state. It'll be the tall one. And then here, as we toggle, we do that. Those get appended, and we're no longer cutting it off, but we do end up with some extra space on the bottom. Sure. We are still running into issues with the final positioning of these things. And I'm wondering if that is just due to how I'm doing the interpolation. Oh, no, I know exactly what it is. Nope, totally get it. Totally get it. Nope, this is actually a simple fix. We head back to here, and for our for loop, we're doing less than. We want this to be less than or equal to. So then the final frame should be exactly what we're looking for, except that I think our spacing is still going to be slightly off. But here we should get 4 frames if we're doing 3 technically. So then here, I'm pretty sure count is exactly where we wanted it, but we didn't get some value to fade in like we intended. Right? So if we see this, count should be directly in line with double, which it is, but we didn't get our new elements to actually fade into place. All right, so that's going to be in the renderer. So, all right, Man, we made some really good progress already today. I'm really happy with that. That said, I do need to go pee. I'll be right back, and I think I could have a whiskey. Considering all this progress we just made, damn right. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. We got to figure out why I think the new items are not fading in. We only see stuff fading out. So we're going to figure that part out, but let me go pee.
Saddle up, partner.
Okay. So yeah, we have made way more progress on this in a way shorter amount of time than I was expecting, which is kind of cool. Now, I think a big part of that is I've had 2 days to kind of like let my brain stew on it. Shower thoughts and background thought process kicking in, right? The diffuse thought process. There you go, Space Case. That is the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. All right, so let me just double check this, though. So we got these 3 chunks of elements. We got the ones that are leaving, and I believe those are properly animating to 0. Meanwhile, right, the ones that are entering are going from 0 to 1, but I bet their color is not accurate. So new color dot get, we actually want that instead of this. And I think that fixes it. Oh man, if that fixes it, woo! We're gonna have to get up and do a little jig. Yeah, I'm not actually a huge Star Wars trivia kind of person. Like movie quotes, even. So yeah, I bet you could beat me with Star Wars trivia and quotes. Nope. All right, so that was not the fix. We're gonna have to figure out the spacing issue here in a second too. But this is our big problem right now. You were ready to see that dance? Yeah. Nah, we're missing some values. Spacing we can figure out later, but yeah, the fact that this right here doesn't look like this right here, this const value is not where we want it. Like, hmm. What's up, Xenogerm? I mean, it's quiet now that the music stopped. I am quiet because I'm trying to think about why we're not having some elements animate in. And I'm trying to think about like where I need to throw some log values to try and debug that. And it's possible that we could use a debugger instead of log statements. I think that would actually be even trickier because we have so many of these elements to animate. Like there's 100 and something, 150 plus. And yeah, do we still have anyone watching over on YouTube and Twitter? Possibly even Algora? They don't really show me on Algora. You're lurking on YouTube? Thanks, X Factor. I appreciate that. So it's going to be in here. Okay, so hold on. Instead of this, how was work today? Work was fine. I got a lot of video editing to do, so we'll be doing that over on gaming stream tonight. No gaming, just editing. I also need to get my GitHub Universe talk finished. Technically, I'm past the due date of the final presentation. They just approved my presentation a few days ago, past the due date of the final. But yeah, by the end of this week, I need to have my presentation like finalized. So yeah, this video editing I got to focus on. Yeah, so we do that. That way it can animate from a color maybe not being there, rather than bailing out. I think that might have been our problem. We were bailing out before it could do its thing. So let's just double check that. Like I didn't even need to log to debug it because I had a hunch. Nope. All right, so now we got to figure out where we log to debug this. Oh, and we got a fun thing happening on Thursday. I'll be joining the Gridiron Survivors. Uh, Shashi Low, I think that's his name. He has a group of people that he is like mentoring, and like he's teaching them how to work on a team because there a lot of them are like boot camp grads that might not have that good of experience on a team, and they are sponsored by GitKraken, and I am going to be teaching them how to get the most out of GitKraken. The focus for Thursday's like tutorial session on GitKraken is going to be on workspaces and Launchpad. So that'll be kind of fun. Yeah, yeah, it should be fun. Yeah, we'll end up doing that during our stream on Thursday, I think. I forget what time it'll be specifically. Book of Boba Fett. Cool. For some reason, I thought that was just like a special season of The Mandalorian. Is that not the case? Xenogerm, you know what you could do? You could actually start it up, right? Like, talk with management, see if you can get like a once every 2 weeks or maybe once a month session where you just have like a knowledge sharing session. If anything, like if you can get that started, you can definitely like talk about it in interviews in the future at your next job interviews, right? Like what you think qualifies you as like a senior and above type engineer or whatever. Well, I helped organize a knowledge sharing session with the rest of my coworkers to help level up the organization, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, you can talk to that. That'd be huge. All right, it would be opt in, so, you'll only get a few people who actually care. But I don't know, I'd recommend that. Try and set up like a good like knowledge sharing session. Sure, they only care about the money, but how much chance have they been given to learn on the job? The company should be incentivized to train up the people that are working there, whether they want to work outside of their hours or not. Like Xenogerm, seriously, that's what makes leadership. Doing the things that you think need to be done, regardless of how other people feel about it. Or at least like getting those things in motion. Yes, exactly. It has to be cross team. See if maybe there's some other way you can incentivize things too, right? Like, you know, again, it depends on how often, but maybe you could offer a $20 gift card or something, right? Get management to opt in to like, yeah, people that attend and complete something get put into a raffle for a $20 gift card each month. Bam, right? Like, I don't know. I forget what country you're in, so it depends on how far $20 goes and if it's worth their time. Another way you might be able to incentivize people is by maybe making these things recorded, right? So if it's a recorded meeting, then there is an incentive for people looking for promotion to attend. And I think it's especially good to do it across team because, yeah, there's like the infrastructure, scalability, whatever people, right? The people that work in DevOps or whatever, they can share and teach people that are working on the front end. And front end people can teach the infrastructure people. Like, just cross team collaboration is huge. And by pointing out that it's recorded and you can pass that to management or whatever, people might be incentivized just to show up just because it looks good for them for like raise time. I don't know. Not always. Like, again, these are things you just try. In many cases, you have to keep it going more than once. Like, think about it like streaming. Your first stream, you're going to have a maximum of like 5 to 10 people show up. But your next stream, it hopefully grows. And the stream after that, the only way you get it to grow, though, is consistency. So at the end of the day, if you can get 2 or 3 other people to show up, that number will grow over time. You can also start using it during your interview process to try and find more motivated workers, too. So yeah, there you go, Xenogerm. I say definitely give it a shot. Worst case scenario, you can use it as an example of how you put in the extra effort, and when you're interviewing at a new job, you even mentioning that you did that might give you some extra points, you know? Because again, I don't know if everyone else has heard this enough, but you probably should always be interviewing. ABI. Simply to know what you're worth at other companies, you know, just to have other irons in the fire. Interviewing itself is a skill that you need to practice. I've said this before and someone got majorly offended. It's like dating. You just have to keep dating, right? Go on dates that you're not necessarily that stoked on because it's a skill to practice. And who knows, maybe you go on a date that you think is just practice that ends up being really good. Because you'll go on plenty of dates that you think will be really good that are actually not that great. Right? And I'm saying this for the dating thing, I'm slacking in that regard. So yeah. I'm also not interviewing anywhere else right now, and I should. Oh, I hate this song. And Seb, can we point out that you're also somewhat allergic to applying to new jobs as well? Are those two things somewhat correlated? Uh huh. You know you've said otherwise in the past. Those are the same thing. If you're not putting in the effort into your CV, applying to jobs isn't going to do what you want either. Applying and interviewing and updating your CV are all the same task. The more you do any of them, the better you get at all of them. I understand, Seb, but the CV is how you get the interview after the application. You're not going to get the best jobs unless you're updating your resume for those jobs. The worst and the lowest paying jobs are willing to accept a bad CV. The better jobs require a better CV. So unless you want the better jobs, or if you don't want the better jobs, then do whatever you're doing still. If you want to get the better jobs, you need to put the effort into your CV. And the more you do that, the easier it gets. For people here in the US, CV means resume. Yashwant, thank you for the hello. How you doing over there on the YouTube? What you up to? Oh man, hold on. Did the fantasy football for tonight start? Travis Kelsey, you gonna get me all the points? Oh, they haven't started yet. A couple more hours. It's up to you, Seb. I'm just saying, right? Like the better jobs require a better resume. They require effort put into that resume. So, just saying. Same Xenogerm. I'm really bad at it too. Luckily, interviewing for DevRel is typically just talking. So that's a little better for me. Yashwant, this is English. I think actually your question is what programming language is on the screen right now, and that is TypeScript. There you go, Xenogerm. It gets better. But all right, so yeah, we got to figure out why these new elements are not animating in. And to me, it seems like we could select for const, right? So and not tag name. This is inner text is no good. They want us to use something else, and that is text content. So let's see what these values are. Yeah, I'd love to interview for like staff engineering roles, even though I really like the DevRel stuff. If I could get like a staff engineering role on an open source project, ooh, buddy, we'd be set. But that said, I think I'm probably aiming more for like senior DevRel slash lead or director type stuff eventually. And I can save the engineering stuff for my side projects. All right, so I should be able to toggle this. Yeah, I'm just fed up with like the engineering interview. It always just sucks so much. Oh, and there it is. There it is. So we're seeing that color is undefined for pretty much all of these const items. Not every single one. Oh, it is most of them. Yikes. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that's our issue. The color that we're trying to fade in from is getting us. Right? So here we're like fading it in to these two values, and that, yeah, that's never going to change. So it's something to do with the renderer. Ah, this is it. Oh, hold on. I think that does it. Okay, so we save that, and we got to refresh over here. Yeah, there was a branch that I wasn't getting it. Let's do a hard refresh. That way we get a clear log. Will it blend? It did not blend. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh. Let's go the other direction again. Damn. Yes, we're not seeing the new element fade into place. Okay, so here's the thing. We do see those values. Oh, the position. It's a positioning issue. Okay. How's it going, Ninfu? Yeah, right. So are you, I assume you're familiar with Carbon. And yeah, how you doing? Feel like this is one of the first times we've seen you just lurking instead of from a raid. So yeah, I assume you know Carbon, right? It's about social sharing code snippets. The thing I want to build is social sharing of diffs. So animating from point A to point B within a diff. And if we look at, let's go, yeah, let's look at a different one. No, so Carbon is for like visualizing code, but it's for like specifically posting to Twitter, etc. So you can get this and then you export it to an image, and then you can download that image, and it's just some PNG, right? So for social sharing of not just a code snippet, but a diff between two different code snippets. Yeah. So Carbon already exists, but there isn't one for diffs. I just explained it there, Yeshwan. So yeah, part of our bug though is that our positioning is broken. We see the const values actually fade in, but their location is no longer fading, which means that I'm messing that part up. So the enter. This is it. So yeah. And I wonder if we have the same problem for these. And Yeshwant, I described exactly what we're building. We're building a social sharing diff tool. So that part might be fine. I think the fade out is good. Oh, so the positioning for the item entering is no good. All right, let me get another album going. Okay, so hold on. Let me head to the Shiki Magic Move stuff. I want to see their example code again. So we see the constant value here. Just fade in where it's expected to be when it's done. So the leave value there is good. It's when we're entering here that we run into that issue. All right, so something is off about this. We're not getting the position that we thought we would get at the right time. So I guess here's the big thing, right? Like, enter dot for each here. We don't have the right position. That's the big thing here. So we can do pos.x again. And pos.y. We'll refresh. And yeah, I want to see what those position values actually are. So yeah, once this animates, there we go. We get that to the size we care about. And we see the const, like, tokens over here on the right being drawn in the wrong place. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's it. Okay, nope. I know the issue. Yep. So we're not doing a translation based on where it is on the page. Oh, and this is one of the better songs in my entire playlist. So yeah, new position ends up basically being this. Yes, this pos x, pos y stuff. Yep. So then our positioning should be fine now. All right, so we see this chunk start out. It renders everything. We start seeing stuff fade out and things fade in. Stuff starts like animating into place, and our final thing looks almost exactly how we want it. Boom! All right. So we got the new elements drawn in, but we still have the spacing issue. So why is it drawing all this extra space? And hey, Splurged, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we just got some spacing issues to fix now, and then we're done. Well, not done, because, right, we're getting all of these frames that we're rendering. We need to render these frames into a GIF. And then once we've got the GIF animating, then we can actually extract all of this logic that we've done into our actual project instead of inside of the sandbox for Shiki Magic Move. Cool. I will point out I have no idea what the bug is with our positioning now. So that's a bit trickier. And then what if we turn on line numbers? That didn't actually do anything. All right, anyone have any thoughts on why we're getting like the weird spacing? It happens on every single one of these. I wonder if I need to hard code the padding and other stuff to 0. That's a good point. Yep. Yeah, I wonder if maybe the SVG is doing some of that too. Let me do that first real quick, just to see. Oh, I can see that. Like maybe I need to do a trim. Ooh. Hold on, I messed that up. Oh, what's up, Rishi? How you doing? That was a good call. Ooh, so they hated that. Yeah, let me try this. Nope. Yeah, 1 second. I just wanted to see if it's that. Like, I want to do one thing at a time rather than trying to update a whole bunch. Adam, no, I can't inspect the SVG because we don't have the SVG anymore. I could maybe console log the SVG, but that doesn't help us nearly as much because these are just canvas. We'll try that in a sec. Make the tags BG color red. Yeah, we'll do that here in a second. Right, we'll try both of those things, Adam and Robert. I think those are good ideas. Let me just, right, do one thing at a time first. I just want to see if the trim ends up helping. All right, so trim did not do it. I want to throw a trim on that too, just to be sure. Oh, that was the end of that album. I keep picking these shorter albums. All right, so that is not it either. All right, so the trims did not do it. I still like the idea of leaving the trims though. All right, so now the next part is we should probably log these things. Yep. I think that is a good next step. Making the tags have a background color of red. We could also do. And yeah, so I'll put the background color red on the span, and we'll log the SVG. Because one is actually like changing things, the other is just inspecting. Okay, so we see that it's not the span itself, right? The span itself looks right to me. So instead, it's some kind of spacing between these things, and that is trickier. But yeah, that was a great idea. So now let's look at what we logged. Oh, interesting. So I see that ampersand GT semicolon there. Do I have an extra? So that would be our inner HTML value. So yeah, that inner HTML value might have been the issue. Because we were seeing an HTML entity in there. Oh, interesting. We're not seeing the starting bracket for the script tag or for template. But we were seeing it before, right? So let me double check that. Okay, so yeah, changing from inner HTML to text content ended up breaking. We're definitely doing a trim. All right, so we do that one. All right, so then this is what we have after doing our copy and paste. That and GT didn't actually fix it, right? Like getting rid of that by doing just the internet or text content, I should say. So that's not our fix. Hmm. Mm, I really don't want to do negative. Not if we can avoid it. Because even if that works, it's going to be a pain. Yeah, the GT is not the issue. And yeah, like negative margin just introduces like way more problems than we would like. Because it's not a consistent amount of padding after or margin after these things, right? Consider this gap versus this gap. No, I understand fallen, yeah. Inner HTML versus text content is not the problem whatsoever. So Wesley, what do you mean by that? The SVG is being turned into a blob. That blob is then turned into an object URL and then turned into an image. That image is then drawn here. Now, maybe, just maybe, temp image, right? That's the wrapper you're talking about then. That's not a bad idea. Oh, I get it, Robert. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I still think this is worthwhile. Like, what if the image element has some inherent padding? Nope. All right. So, Robert, sure. Which element do you want to put it on? Do you want to put it on that div? Do you want to put it on the HTML? Like, what are you thinking? You think the problem is the width and height? So I don't think height is the issue. Because the spacing height wise looks the same, right? When we consider script to import here, script to import here, that actually looks okay to me. Width could be it. What do you mean, Adam? Again, I can show you the code. I'm not sure what you mean, Robert. I mean, use your words. Where'd you send the link? Like, I don't know, man. I don't see it anywhere right now. Yeah, I think YouTube scrubs the scrubs links. I don't see it anywhere. What do you mean by that, Wesley? No, every single like snippet, every word, every tag, right? Every chunk here in what Shiki is rendering is its own individual thing, right? So each is its own individual span. There is not a single span. They are displayed as inline block. That's a good point. Yeah. So Shiki magic move item here is an inline block, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that. There's something like consider this steel toed. We're not copying that styling. So the inline block of that Shiki magic move item isn't actually coming through. Yeah, Adam, that's why links just aren't good. Right? What we see here is not inline block. So Kirby, that might make sense, but we're not seeing that value anywhere, right? There is no NBSP in here. The only thing we see that is encoded is this. I understand, Kirby, but we did the text content thing, which got rid of the greater than HTML entity, and it didn't fix the problem. It also caused other issues. Div did nothing. That's fine. But yeah, the inline block styling is not transferring over. We don't have the class that's applying that. I don't see what this is going to solve, Adam, right? Adding 50 to that doesn't help us because no matter what, the spacing that we're getting is not consistent. So we're not going to be able to modify it in that way either. So even if it does fix it, that doesn't give us a way like forward. Didn't even change anything. So the width on the SVG is not it. We are putting them into a canvas. How about this? I'll push it up to a branch and you guys can pull it down and poke at it. I'm going to push it up to a branch and you can poke at it. All right, so this is feat, add temporary animation start hook. Thanks, Robert. Okay, let me paste it to YouTube. All right, so there you go. Robert and Adam, go ahead and check it out. Hey, Danielle. How you doing? Did you just come in here to gloat on how badly you are beating Chaotic this week? Yeah, no worries, Adam. Thanks, Robert. I appreciate you guys. While we're saying hello, you guys can fiddle with it a bit. But yeah, let's switch to webcam only. Danielle Freak with the awesome raid. How you doing, man? And yeah, like, you are destroying the person you're playing against this week. $160 points. That's just mean. Yeah, this is a good t-shirt. It's on the Growth Book store. Yeah, I got it free. Sponsored. To beat Danielle, Chaotic just needs Kareem Hunt to get like 100 points tonight. No big deal. Ooh, Travis Kelce has 7 points. That is more than he's gotten in a long time. I'm going to need a lot more to actually beat Robert Tables. So yeah, Travis Kelce, I just need like 50 points from you. No big deal. He needs to vulture every touchdown. Part of the problem, though, is my defense is playing against Kansas City, so if Travis Kelce does really well, my defense is going to have negative points. So yeah, this is going to be tough. But yeah, so people coming in from the raid.
Talk to the hand.
We are building out a thing. There's a tool called Carbon, which is a way of sharing code snippets on places like Twitter. You would enter your code into this thing, and then you could export it into an image and then tweet it directly. You could pick your theme, like all sorts of stuff like that. We are starting to create our own version of something like it. And what we want to do is animate, right? So this is what exists. And this animation of like one state to another between code, this is done in the browser using CSS, which means that we can't really export that into a GIF that you could share on Twitter. So instead, we are building out our own thing to export it into a GIF to share on Twitter, which requires a whole bunch of hacky nonsense, and it's pretty fun to do, but yeah, we're running into like a weird issue, and I can show you that weird issue. So right now we threw a background on the chunks of code, like as they animate, and we are rendering each like frame like one by one so we can kind of inspect each frame as we go. So yeah, we threw this red background on these code snippets just so that we could try and debug why our spacing is so far off. And that's the part you kind of came in at. We are trying to figure out why this spacing is so bad. We got a couple people over on YouTube checking it out as we speak. We have a couple ideas we can try. Someone else thinks that we need to put a background on the SVG to see if maybe the SVG is rendering funky. Oh. Background should work. We can just do color just to be sure, though. Oh, gotta restart the server, though. And yeah, Adam and Robert over on YouTube. How do y'all feel about things going? Like, were you able to get it up and running at least? Ooh. Okay, so it actually does look like it might be an SVG problem. That really does look like the SVG issue. So yeah, good instinct. Saying parent doesn't help us. You got to be specific. It's fine, Robert. No worries. Right? Parent could have easily meant span, though. Because technically, this is the element. This is the parent of that element. The SVG is the parent of that. There's a lot of things that we could add color to. Again, Robert, I don't know, man. There's a lot of people yelling directions at me. So this could end up being like font size issues, actually. I don't think that's the whole deal, though. You just click toggle examples. The rendering of those things below happens when you start the animation process. Also, make sure you're using React Renderer. So what if we change the display here to just block? Now it's going to mess with the elements inside of here too. Oh yeah, that breaks everything. Yeah, and that doesn't fix our spacing issue. You got it up and running? Nice, Robert. Yeah, PNPM is great. So, um, I don't know. 21 maybe? Adam, make sure you're using PNPM. 22. Gotcha. Makes sense. All right, so yeah, here's where font size 0 happened. Robert, you need to switch to the React renderer. Yeah, the colors are not great. So inline flex would solve a little bit of it, but then we lose our spacing. So we got to do inline block on that. And then the inner element ends up being a problem. All right, so let's try it just to see it, right? Like Adam or Robert recommended earlier. Let's just try hacking at that. Are you on the right branch? What branch are you on, Robert? It's going to be feet slash add animation something or other. Yeah, main is not it. Let me get another album going. Ooh, this artist has a brand new album. All right, so a margin hack there is not what we're looking for. Yep. That does look like it's closer, but it's still not what we're looking for because things get muddied. And we're still seeing like spacing here between these. Right? Even if that finished getting drawn, space between is no good. So hold on. Instead of margin, right, we'll do it to the width value, like someone did recommend. But again, it's such a hack that I really don't like it. Oh, and that breaks all sorts of stuff. It does seem to fix a little bit of it, but not everything, so it's not ideal still. Hmm. So hold on. We might be able to do something like. Oh, and Zero Z. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We might be able to do something like hacking the styling back to inline flex. Let me try that real quick. So we should at least like see all of this stuff render into the right place. We still get spacing afterwards that looks wrong. So the inline block is only part of the problem. It's a monospace font. Okay, hold on. What if I do this? Ooh, that bot's down. Good call. Damn, it's been down for days. Oh, and Cotter, I missed who you banned anyway. Oh, it was way up there. Good call. Yeah, thanks, man. All right, so what I want to do is I want to do this. So if text dot trim that's equal to 0. Actually, we'll just do that. So if we have no length, then all right, so we'll do empty text length. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Oh, I should just redo that. Do this. Okay. And sudden death. We've got a title, and we have a today command. So yeah, here, what I want to do then is let um, space length. All right, so then space length is assigned to there. Oh, but this is going to be a problem. Yeah, so the magic of it is we're going to need to try and create some kind of like offset value to space things. We're going to need to be aware of lines, so we need to fix this at the renderer level. Hmm. Right? Not here at the React level, but inside at the renderer level. And if that renders as we expect it to, then our width and positioning values end up being what we expect as well. Hmm. We might have it. I think I might have found the fix. I think that's it. I think I got it. I think I got it. No, not quite. Damn, so it's still doing that? No, that is not the fix. I feel like it's close, though. No, it's definitely not it. Interesting. So that's not the actual fix. Even though we get this to render properly, the inline flex screws us. Hmm. Let me see what that does real quick. Probably breaks everything. Yeah, it totally breaks everything. Oh, maybe not. Now, so yeah, we still get a major spacing issue. Even though we have gotten away from the inline block. Hmm. Right? Like we get this part to render as we expect using our custom coded like indentation logic. We still get a bunch of weirdness in here. So yeah, it is 7 p.m. I do have a bunch of video editing to do tonight. This is probably a good point to leave off on and stew on it over the night and come back fresh tomorrow. Um, Hold on, what changed about these lines? Oh, we changed background color. No? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we changed up the background color, but that's not like the main fix. I'm going to switch it back to the red and blue. Do you guys want me to push up these changes that I just made? Right, like the inline flex change and like this chunk. What do you think, Robert? Yeah? Okay. Oh yeah, no worries, Robert. Yeah, yeah. Thank you guys for at least like pulling it down and giving it a shot. I appreciate that. Thank you. There's definitely a way to make this work. I'm kind of surprised that this is still as bad as it was, or as bad as it still is, because I feel like that should have fixed it. The font is different. Is it? You're right. It is. That might be a part of it too. Yeah, you're right. That could totally be the issue. Let me try that first. It's not a font problem. You changed it. Okay. Yeah, good check. I don't even know what font it's supposed to be. I can at least add that still. I just want to double check. Oh, I think that was actually it. Oh, I think that was actually it. Like our height seems off now. Oh, that looks right. Oh, that looks good. So it was a mixture of the inline flex, inline block issue and the font issue. Oh, I copied I monospace. You're right, I did. Luckily, it worked anyway because I think it fell back to monospace no matter what. But let's do this. And there may be a cleaner way of doing this. Rather than just like hard coding this, we might be able to just copy the styling over and then override it. But this might be all right for now. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that did it. Okay. So yeah, it was a mixture of font issue as well as inline flex and inline block. Now, technically, we probably want to not hard code this part because it may change based upon the theme. Let's try it. So if we switch it to, I don't know, let's say light plus. That looks like the same font. Maybe capuchin. Yeah, I think the theme's just changing the color rather than font. So font might be good. Yeah, good catch, Wesley. I think we're set. Now let's see if it renders the same when we click toggle examples. It does. It's just fuzzy because it's not being anti-aliased. Yeah, good call, Wesley. Good catch. We are going to want to figure out a good way of increasing the resolution. Yeah, we got way more to do because, yeah, this looks ugly, doesn't it? So, yeah, getting the font rendering better would be a good idea. You're not wrong. Yeah, increasing resolution will break everything. Maybe. I don't know. There's definitely stuff we can try. But yeah, this is a good like point at which we can stop and kind of like reassess. I think we'll stick with the low res for now. And what we want to do is pull out all the stuff that we've kind of like hacked into the Shiki Magic Move demo and pull that into our application. Now, that also means that we've got a whole bunch of like solid like rendering issues to deal with. And that becomes less fun. So yeah, lots more work to do. Nothing is like done yet, but we made some really good progress today. Like getting all these like frames We could start at least like combining them with GIF.js while still within this demo, and then start extracting things. God, yeah, the anti-aliasing would be really nice to get right. But, okay, so we got a good plan. Who do we go raid? That's a good point. Good plan. Like, who's even streaming right now? We see Time Enjoyed. Coding with Strangers. Nick Wan Data Sci. Let's go raid Time Enjoyed. Have the user record the GIF themselves? I mean, that defeats the whole point of what we're building. Think we can get the resolution thing to work eventually. Like, that's not going to be too bad. So yeah, we'll see what Time Enjoyed's up to. Looks like she's still building her like hackathon site. Technically, this idea that we have right here was started from like coming up with an idea for the hackathon she's doing. We just started, you know, doing it for the solid hackathon to see if we could do that, you know. Winning the Time Enjoyed hackathon is just brag points. Winning the solid one is money. So, I like money. But yeah, we're going to go raid Time Enjoyed. We're going to see what they're up to. And yes, I'm going to bid farewell to YouTube, Twitter, and Algora. Thank you all for hanging out. Robert, Adam, really appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow. But yep, I need to get some food in my belly and get to doing some video editing. So I'm going to stop the Twitter, YouTube.